Alright. Where were we? Shadow and light. Set AP display crashes the game, right? What the fuck is that about? Oh, it doesn't run right now. Oh yeah, there. We don't have an init animation. So this is triple stab. I'm a little unsure. Because it's like, should the action itself have the animation attached to it? Or should the character have the animation attached? Not sure. I'll be right back. All right. Because here's where the issue starts. Having enums for like animation state is cute. But it's not possible to do that for everything. So I have to like determine how should I trigger the animation? Because the more I think about it, the more actions could honestly be static. Kind of. Except that a static class can't inherit. Which makes it a problem, right? So it can't do that. So because of that, it's gonna have to be new triple stab. Because everything needs to be initialized here too. just a bit of a crossroads, and I don't know which way is the correct way to go. Because the way I have been doing it is... it has been handled in the object. So it does say animation state skill, right? And this is where things are a little bit like... if we go to the animation module, and we then go to... no, we have to go to... animation module database. And then here it says animation update. If requested animation equals null, then we can go in here. And then here, how do we do this? Like if base object dot see, this is where we're setting an animation state. Like, let's say we do use this, because it's not a bad solution, it's just like, I don't know if it'll go the full way. If animation state equals skill, then we're gonna have to say if base object dot combat module dot per action to trigger equals, and this is where things are a little hard, because if I want to compare type, I feel like I've done this before. Target type, get type. Animation get type equals type input. Is it that easy? We just check if the current action is the same type as triple stab. Because if we can do that, then this will be okay, I think. And then we do that. And here we say if current animation does not equal then we set the animation to that. But it's actually not that simple either. Because if we go back to the action, here we're doing init dual scene. Dual scene base. Right? So that's being done there. Handle dual scene here. Why is this a virtual? Okay, so here it's happening. User.combat module.command stage +1. That's what's happening. is what I would like, I guess. I am using command stage. But I don't really like command stage. And the reason I don't like command stage, because what I'm doing is I have an integer that says command stage. And basically it means that if you're on command stage 0, then the command is just starting. If you're on command stage 1, you know, the dual scene might have finished playing. If you're on command stage 2, then the attack has started animating. If you're on command stage 3, then the first attack has landed. If there's like multiple hits, command stage 4, next hit, command stage 5, next hit. Command stage 6 is like returning to position. Command stage 7 is lerping back to the original position and ending at command stage 8. Right? That's how it works. And I think that's still a good solution. The only issue is that it's... a bit abstract when you look at it, and it's hard to like... It's easy to like forget how it works, I think. Kind of. But I think it's still probably the right choice. I'm not a huge fan. So if we go back to object actions again, here you can see init dual scene. Execution triggers dot clear. Execution triggers dot add. False. If user.combat module.command stage equals 1. Right? But where is that being set? Here. User.command module.command stage equals 1. What about 0? Do we not have a command stage 0? I guess 0 could be good to have for like there's nothing is happening right now. For example, we go back to the animation module. Here I could say if command base object dot combat module does not equal null, and base object dot combat module dot command stage does not is greater than 0, or does not equal 0. So the combat module is pretty much always going to take precedence, I would say. And then here, if command stage does not equal 0, then we're gonna play the skill. If I'm actually gonna say, if command stage is not 0, okay, fine. Let's go with not 0. And then here we're gonna do it again. If base object dot combat module dot command stage is greater than 1. This is where we're gonna play the skill. And this is gonna... Okay, so if command stage is greater than 0, we are playing a combat animation. 1 equals dual transition. Command stage greater than 1 means that we are currently playing an animation. This isn't necessarily 100%. Yeah, no, it is. It is. Because play combat stance transition here. If base object dot combat module dot command stage equals 1 and current animation does not equal animation dictionary index dot dual intro, then set animation dictionary dual intro. It can't figure it out? Okay, fine. Animation character index dot dual intro. And then we're gonna say if base object dot combat module dot command stage equals 1, and then we remove that there. Here we need to handle this. So if current animation equals dual intro and current animation dot or what is it? Time. Current time is greater than current animation dot animation length. Then we're gonna set animation dictionary ACI dot dual intro. No, dual loop. What is it called? It's dual idle. So here we first play the dual intro and then we check this. What if we do it the other way? So what if we check for if the current animation is dual intro, which it isn't. Then we check else. Else, if the current animation equals dual intro and current time is greater than current animation. Actually, let's see. See, here's a little bit of a problem. How do I know if we're moving back? How do I know when to return? I think we actually need another variable. We have command staged, right? But I think we need something like dual transition stage. That can be an enum. The question is, does this need to be on the character? Or should this be here? Right, because dual transition stage. As we initialize it here, we have two init dual scenes. And this is just for calculating. So here, this should say dual transition stage equals 1. Why is that an error? Huh? Oh. I copied, I didn't. And then here. And then here, not reverse. This means transitions into combat, transitions out of combat, into, I'm gonna say duel. And then here, we're setting command stage 1. We're also gonna say transition stage, dual transition stage plus equals 1. And then here, once again, dual transition stage plus equals 1. Actually, I kind of wanna set them hard. Transition stage equals 1 there. And then here it's 2. Here it's 3. My bad. This is 2. This is 3. And then the command module command stage, or the combat module command stage, needs to why am I incrementing it on both though? It's kind of weird. Okay, so back to here. So a combat animation should only play during command stage 2 or dual transition stage 2. So that's here. That's when you play skill animations. So I don't really need... This doesn't need to say skill. This just needs to say command stage greater than 0. Dogs. Dogs be barking. Dude, what are they doing? I was walking with like 3 dogs at the same time. Let's say greater than 1. So if 1 is animation or the dual intro, I feel like using command stage 1, I guess, is a good way of checking whether we are in combat or not. So if command stage 1 gets set to 1, then if main controller, which we apparently don't have access to. Oh no, we do. If main controller.dual transition stage is 1. Right, if dual transition stage is greater than 0 and is less than 3. Then we're gonna do that. Else if main controller dot dual transition stage equals 3, then we're gonna set animation dictionary anime index dot dual end. So here, we're gonna remove this. Right? So here we're gonna play if command stage no. This is only going to happen during command stage 1. Command stage 1 is gonna be dual transition. If dual transition stage equals 2 and command stage is greater than 1, then we're gonna play a combat animation. But this could be command stage type is equals 2. Right? So here we can set this to equals 2 always. Something like that. I'm like super out of it today. There's a lot of stuff going on. Maybe I should go for an early walk. But I think this is on track. Yeah, let's do that. Fuck it. It's better than just sitting here being fucking distracted. The sun just came out. It's still 4 Celsius plus. But yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. All right, we're back. What if we drink some water? Is that okay? Now there is another issue, and it's there needs to be like a temporary animation system too. I think. Maybe. Yeah, no, there needs to be a temporary animation system. So, we have set animation, right? So we need to have a public void set temporary animation. It's gonna be exactly the same, I would say. Public void set animation base. I'm gonna call it core. I like core better. Then we're gonna move this. I honestly need, like, everything. Temporary time. Public int temporary index. Maybe not. Because here we have animation module, right? And here we have animation module database. So here we have current time inside of the module. Yeah. So the issue here is that I feel like there needs to be a system in place where you can play an animation and then return to what we were doing without having to, like, go through the state tree in some manner. So, for example, let's say we are in combat and the other character is in their dual idle animation. And when we attack the character, we're gonna have to play their taking damage animation, right? So when they need to transition back from that, how is that gonna work? Is it gonna have to be like, if we are in a hurt state and we are in combat, then return to dual idle, etc.? I don't think that's the play. I think it should just be, if you take damage, play damage animation, then continue previous animation. That's how I think it should be. You know, unless... And I think doing something like this would be for the best. I mean, I might already have a system for it, right? Because here we have requested animation. And that was the idea there, that we have like a way of playing a requested animation. But I kind of want to have both. Like, we have a requested time, requested index, and then we have requested animation too, but that's already written somewhere else. Now, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't, like, redoing things too much, but it looks like we just have to do this. Need to copy the word temporary. And we also have last index. And I'm like, okay. Should that also be public int temporary last index? This, not so sure. Let's not bother with mirroring. I think a temporary animation should never loop. But I guess it could. I guess it could. And in that case, we need temporary loop. But I feel like loop that's not something we should need to set. That's just, and I don't think I'd do that. But if I don't set loop in the animation module, then I can't say that the loop should be false. So it has to be like that. I don't know if last index is used for anything. What was I doing here? When we set a requested animation, we're gonna set base object dot what? I'm gonna leave that. There. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're doing here. I'm sure animations need to do something when being set. I don't know why I made a setter here. What if we just say if requested animation does not equal null, else if temporary animation does not equal null, else there. That way we'll always play a requested animation first. Now here we are progressing animation time. And I think this is going to suck balls. What if I make this into some... what if I give this... variables. So we do something like protected virtual void progress temporary animation time. And what we're gonna say here is we have so many first update things to... Oh. But I think that's okay. So... we need public... No. We need float time. Float animation length. Full loop. No. LOT animation equals animation. Anim, let's just call it anim. What else do we need? Int current index. That should just be index. Has ended equals true. What is animation time? Set animation. Animation length. Is not actually referenced. Okay, so the idea here is we'll move all of this up here. And then we're gonna say anim. Time. All instances of current time becomes this. Index. This doesn't work. Because they're not references. Can I turn it into a reference by using a nullable type? I don't think so. I don't know. Has value. There. No, it's a struct still. It's a nullable struct. Oh, that sucks. They'd have to be like classes or something. What I wanted to do was I wanted to make like a core script that will affect the correct variables, but in this case passing in the variables doesn't quite work. I'd have to do like an out everything, and that feels super bad, but I could do an out. How does out work exactly? C# out. Out double area. It just passes. You don't really need to do anything. You just... Oh, I can just set them all to be outs, can't I? You just say out float. Okay, well maybe that's not so bad then. Alright. But can a... No, an out can't be used to pass anything in. Is there like an in-out? Ref? So you can just do that, like ref. Because that would be good. In that case, it would work, right? What am I doing here? There. Okay. So how would this work? Like, let's say we have an LOT animation called animation A, and I pass in animation A here. This parameter, this is a reference type, right? So it's gonna work just like this. But what's gonna happen if in here I say anim equals null? Will animation A get nulled? Or will this reference get nulled? Because this could be like a local reference that contains a reference to the same thing that we have here. And then we're just setting the local reference to null. Right? But I don't know if that's how it works. Because this could be that we are referencing, like both of these things are referencing the same thing. And if I set this to null, then both will become null. That's probably how it works, right? So if that is the case, then I can do like animation equals null here. But I don't know if I want to do that. Because this could be like if anim equals requested anim, then we set that to null. If anim equals temporary animation, then we set that to null. Oh. Nulling will only affect anim. The field variable will still point at whatever it was before. Not seen anything for a week, but I missed a lot. Yeah, a little bit. Not too much, though. Yeah, I was reading, just... I'm a little bit out of it today, but... If the field is still what it was, then that kind of sucks. But we can do this, right? Like, this solves the issue. Here, I'm just checking if the in is temporary animation, and then I null temporary animation. And we check if it's requested animation, then we null requested animation. And that'll be fine. Now, here I'm a little bit sure. We're gonna say has ended, right? But this might be a situation where first update should be set to true. Because what happens, right, is... If we have an animation, and let's use the background blocks as each frame. Let's do that, right? So it starts here. And then we progress. And let's just take the start as an example. When I set an animation to start, we have to make sure that the first update renders the first frame, or frame 0. And that means that we have to make an exception for the first update. Because otherwise, the delta time is going to add, like, something like that. And then the first frame is actually going to be, like, over here. Which is going to shorten the animation, which can also lead to desyncs and stuff. So the first frame has to be set to 0. And so when we get to the end of the animation, but this is a little bit tricky, I'll be honest. I think it might be a little bit case by case basis, right? Because here, when this ends and we set a new animation, we have to do the same thing. Like, we want to render 0. But that isn't necessarily always the case. Because what if this is like a series of things? What if this is the intro? And this is the main segment, like the loop? Or whatever. It might not even be a loop. It might just be a main segment. Main. And then here we have the ending. Right? And in this case, the entire sequence actually has an expected duration. And if we stop to null it every time we get to the next phase, that's going to extend the animation. Even if it's just by like a few milliseconds, it's still gonna get extended by whatever we skipped. So for the beginning of a sequence, it has to be nulled, or it has to be zeroed, so that the animation has the expected time to execute, and also so that we actually get like the first frame properly. But even that can be a little tricky, because what if you're doing something that has like an active effect in the game. This kind of doesn't work if you're... Well, no. I think it's fine. Because it's like on frame 0, this is where you press like the jump button, for example. So once you press this, that's when we want to set the animation time to 0, and we want to set the animation, and then we want to play the jump after that. But yeah, it really depends. It really depends. If it's some logic that is like, if the logic is like progresses in like a sequential manner, then you have to add the delta time to the beginning of the animation, I think. Like here, like when you switch to main, this definitely needs to be delta timed in the beginning of main. But it's not so easy either, because the delta time is gonna overshoot from this. It's gonna overshoot by a certain amount, and that might not be the whole delta time. So you actually have to take the remainder of the delta time, the remainder of the animation length and the current time, right? With the delta time. And that's how much you need to add here. So it's actually not as simple as just nulling things. So first update needs to be set on a case-by-case basis, and not just automatically. But here, right? Like we said, the anim would be nulled locally. But since I set these as refs, that means that if I change time here, time will change wherever the parameter is passed in as well. Like I don't want to say global, but like the reference itself would also change. Because the point is to do this. Progress animation time. And here is temporary animation, temp time, temp animation length. Animation length is something I don't know where it's set. Isn't that just something that exists in the animation? Anim.length. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. And then this is temporary index. Then you need to pass it with ref as well. And then we also need to change the name of this. Actually, I'm just gonna say progress animation time core. And then we're gonna just do this. And then progress animation time. And then this is current animation. Current time. Current index. There. That. And then I want to go back here. Hello, Charky. Which engine are you using? A self-created one? Half and half. I'm using Unity, but I'm mostly writing my own systems in Unity. I don't really like using Unity systems for almost anything other than like build creation and, you know, handling basic underlying shit. And I mean to use move over to monogame later. So I'm writing my own things in here. So what we want to do here is we want to say progress animation time. Right. We have an override? Or did I not comment something out? Yeah, okay, I didn't comment this out. Actually, I already commented it out, or commented out a duplicate, so just delete that. There. So then here, we can see if a requested animation is not null, then we can say progress requested animation time. And then here we say if temporary animation does not equal null, then we say progress temporary animation time. And then else here then we progress animation time. Ever thought about writing my own engine inside Unity? Yeah, I mean, it's not really that. I mean, it is hard, but it's not like that hard. Like, you're just writing your own animation system and stuff like that. It's kind of easy, to be honest. It's hard when you want to do complex things with it, but, you know, that's really how programming and game dev works. It's pretty easy to make basic stuff, but the second you want to make anything that's a bit harder, it's like a million times harder. So the idea here is that we have a state tree, and the animation module will animate the object based on what is happening on the rest of the object, whether it's in the combat module or it's in the base object itself, or in the behavior module or whatever, right? And then I also want to have a temporary animation. And the idea of the temporary animation is that we can play an animation that isn't meant to kind of take the object out of its current state, in a way. Like, because otherwise you would need to have a base state, like an idle. Or you'd have to like transition between states. That, I mean, that's how the mechanism system works, right? You transition between states, like back and forth. So you could kind of do that, but what if you have like a running animation, you have an idle animation, you have a combat stance, and all of these can transition into taking damage, for example. How would you then transition back from taking damage? You would have to have like a return clause for like every edge case. Like, okay, damage is done. Now we have to check like which state am I in now, and then return to all of that. And instead, I'm just gonna have a temporary animation that whenever anything is added to that, it just plays. And then the normal animation is paused, and then we resume the previous animation when it's over. Unless there's some other case that needs to be handled, I guess. And then a requested animation, that is meant to be something that, because I could do, like a requested and a temporary animation could and might end up being the same thing. But a requested animation is meant to be something that is, you know, like scripted or something. So if you're in a cutscene, then somebody talking or something is just going to be an animation request. And that's just going to override everything, no matter what, and just always do that. Something like that. And then once both of those are null, we go back down to the state machine. Something like that. However, there is another issue here. Here in set animation, time. Current time equals time. Okay, so I have kind of... I'm not setting first update for... anything right now. So here in the dual intro, set animation should be first update equals true. Or should it? No, I think it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Because here the... What am I doing here? Progress animation time. Here I am progressing the time. This is wrong, isn't it? Maybe not. Basically, I'm not sure if the time should be set before or after. I think before, because let's say that I set an animation. And that animation is supposed to start at 0 because it's a hard transition, like when we start the combat round and the character transitions into the like drawing their weapon and entering the dual position, like when it starts that animation, that's a hard 0. So if I set the time prior to doing that, it's just going to set the time to 0 afterwards anyway, so that's fine. But if we start the dual intro and we play that, then we start at 0, and then on the next frame, it's going to add the time first, and then we can check, are we on frame 2? And yeah, like that is just correct, right? And then when we get to the end of the dual intro animation, we then check if we're overshooting the end. And then we transition into the main part of the animation. And then that needs to have the overshoot of the delta time added to the beginning of the time, right? So here, dual transition stage is greater than 0. Here we start the dual intro. No, here we set dual idle. And then we need to supply a time. And the time is going to be current time minus current animation dot animation length. That's the start time. Because the current time is exceeding the animation length. And it will, in nearly every single case, do that. Because it's gonna be some decimal, right? And so that needs to be added there. But here we're setting the dual intro, and here it gets set to 0. Here though, this is one it's a little trickier. Because here it says if main controller.dual transition stage equals 3, then if current animation does not equal dual end, we just set it to dual end. And then that gets set to 0. But this should actually do the same thing here. But that is assuming this actually might need an extra clause. If current animation equals animation dictionary animation character index.dual idle. If it's currently in the idle, then we need to say if current time is greater than animation length. Let's skip the one bracket. Then we need to do that. And then we're setting dual end. However, there might be a case where this is an else. And in that case, we simply need to set dual end. And the reason for that is because there could be a scenario where the combat sequence ends when the character is not in their idle state. I mean, it shouldn't be the case, but it could be the case. If it ends when they're not in their idle state, then that would force it to play the remainder of whatever animation is currently in. Even though it maybe shouldn't. I don't know. Doesn't really matter that much, but I think it's a good clause to have. Anyway, I'll be right back. Getting cold. Something like this. And here, right? But here it's a problem. So maybe we just set it in here. Like that way it could be okay. Because we're progressing the time here, right? And then here, if we check if we don't have a combat module, and then in here, if we say if we are taking damage this turn, we set temporary animation to hurt. I think first update isn't necessary at all anymore. I'm not sure. And then here we're gonna have to say something like if temporary animation equals null, then we can play whatever is in this thing. So this needs to, the temporary animation needs to be set inside of the regular loop. And then on the next frame, temporary animation is not going to be null. And then we can progress temporary animation time. And that runs progress animation core. And then that does this. But then we also have set temporary animation, which we now have a solution for. So here we have set animation core. And then what we also need here is we need a ref full loop. Well, yeah, sure. We need a ref int index ref float time. I don't know about this last index. I kind of don't know what that's used for. I think right now it's not used for anything. But I think that's it. So I don't think you need to do this, like a ref for a class. That shouldn't be needed. But anim should be current animation. Let's rename this to animation in. And then time here, current time, current time in. Time equals time in. Current index equals 0. Current last index. It isn't used. Right, and then here we can say set animation core. Animation in is animation. And then we need the anim, and that's gonna be current animation, loop, current loop, current index, current time. Time in is time, mirror is mirror. Those need to be set as references. something like that. Is that how we want to do it? Not sure what I'm doing there. Requested animation. When we're setting a requested animation, what did I mean to do here? This is a requested animation. I think I meant to like set that we're playing a requested animation or something like that. But that's not really needed. Where do we actually have errors now? Position modifier. Ah, yeah. Where's the next thing to change? I think it would be okay if I gave an object in combat a list of waypoints that it should make them execute it. Because that's what I'm doing here, right? Like I'm just making the main script move a unit along a set path using waypoints. And I would really prefer it if this was handled on the object. Because this is really just waypoint behavior. And that's something that objects should have, right? Like it should just be on the object. because it's for like pathfinding and stuff like that as well. For just basic movement, it should have this. So the issue is, if I move it to the object, it would need like a reason to execute it. And the question is, should it be able to execute it itself? Like, should it be automated? Should it be like, because you have this, then when you're doing your update, you're going to like move along this path, and that's it? Or should I set the waypoints in the object, and then here in the combat update have like a movement update in each object that I can call, and then I can just do here, like what I'm doing here is I'm doing current turn.unit. So like whatever unit is the current unit's turn, that's who we're moving. Because I could just do that, and then in the combat phase in the main script, I'll have like a handle combat movement. I think actually the best way to do it is to do both, right? So I'll move this whole thing over to the object so that the object can, like, it has pathfinding inside of itself. And then I'll simply have different sections that call it. So this is gonna be like handle combat movement or something. And then whenever we come in here, we're just gonna call handle combat movement on the current unit. And that's it. But there can also be a segment where we call like movement update or something, and that's a little different. So that it does things elsewhere. The reality is that objects should like barely do anything at all on their own without being directly told to do something, because it's turn-based. So that's why it's a little... I don't really know if it matters. What else can we manage today? We could try moving this, I guess. Operate the combat phase via this switch as possible. Start by lerping the unity from point A to B. Then work from there. What? What is a unity? What am I writing? Oh no, it's just supposed to say a unit. Yeah. So I would say this. Object, combat module. In here, maybe. Public void, handle, combat, movement. What? Oh, I see. Here, though. Here things are a little difficult. Oh, how am I gonna handle these things, man? I have an idea. I do have an idea. Kind of? So the issue is that I have a position modifier. But the position modifier is a list of position modifiers. So it can be modified in multiple different ways by multiple different sources, right? But the issue is that in order to do that, because I'm going to be repeatedly modifying this, right? So that means that if I'm going to handle combat movement here, the position modifier is going to be adjusted here. But in order to adjust it, it needs to be set and referenced. And that's where this becomes kind of funky. I'm kind of wondering if I should do something like this. Public position modifier. Combat movement modifier. Underscore. And then we're gonna say get return combat movement modifier, set combat movement modifier equals value. Base object dot position modifier list dot add combat movement modifier. Something like that. So whenever I am trying to determine where the character is on the screen, when like for rendering, I should just be able to read the position modifier list. That would be ideal. So what we can do is we can when we initialize, we can set the combat position modifier to and just add new position modifier to it. A position modifier just contains a vector 3, and that's to make it a reference type, kind of. So that means that down here in the handle combat movement, all I have to do is modify combat movement modifier. And it'll modify the value in the list too. And then whenever I fetch modified position, it's just gonna iterate through everything in the position modifier list and return that, right? That's how you get the modified position. But we're then gonna have to be careful to not just like clear the position modifier list. If it needs to be reset, it needs to remove like everything except for like this and some other things. Which might be difficult to do. But I think that like whatever modifier that gets added can be tracked and handled if it doesn't need to belong for long. Yeah. And we could do the same thing with hit shake too. Hit shake could also work like this. And then here we can say if base object does not equal null. Now that's another problem, because the base object I think is actually set after you apply this thing. Combat module. Or maybe not. Combat module doesn't take anything. I don't know if this needs to be that way anymore. Combat module database. Object, because object database. Yeah, because like I'm returning a core data here. And the problem is I can't just get the core data if the combat module needs to take a base object to be added to it. I can't actually do that. But it would be possible to just return the invoke here. Because I think it should. Like, I think it should always take. Because if we go back to the object, init. See here, LOT object. Here, the first thing that happens is that we take the core data, discard it by adding everything from like the data module, animation module, behavior module, combat module. So in reality, I think the best thing we can do here is instead of this being like a combat module, this should be a func combat module. And then this should just return something like that. Wait, really? How did I do this then? Yes, I did do that. Like before, it was a bit different than this. Funk. Glass constructor. Oh, does it need to say new? Oh yeah, it does. That's how it needs to be. Hello, Furry, how's it going? So if I do this, then I'm gonna need to rework some things, but not that much, I think. Core data is gonna have to say funk instead, right? Huh? I can't store a funk? Am I stupid? I don't know what's happening. Why can I do it here? Is it just something dumb? System dot? Okay, yeah, that's it. What am I building? I'm building a turn-based RPG. Right now I'm working on fixing the animation system and some other things. I've been restructuring and fixing it up. So all of these should be system.func. And same thing here. Then in the object database, This should be a func behavior module. Func should be able to be null. Animation module should be a func. And then what I want to do is I want to set the animation module animation execution mode. I don't think this matters. But maybe. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna say LOT object base object. This dot base object equals base object. And that means we have to say base object, right? Now, is this actually still fucked? That's the question. Object database. Animation module. This does not... See? Now... No. You do like... N, right? Delegate func animation module does not take one argument. Yes, it fucking does. Fuck you. It actually literally does take one object. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Because here, now it's like, it needs to take base object. But if I do that, it's because the func, right? Oh, okay. This needs to say LOT object. That's how it works. There we go. Then we go up. No, we go. Go into core data. And core data is going to say LOT object on all of these. Very close to the end of today. But let's figure this out. I think this should be solvable and implementable today. Because it should just be the object database that needs some updating. And then the combat module. Base LOT object, base object, base object equals base object. I don't think you actually need to type anything here at all, because I don't think it does anything. But I actually don't, I'm not really too well versed when it comes to these constructors. Object combat module database. So RIA actually needs to say LOT object, base object, base object. And then we're gonna say this dot base object equals base object. Because I don't know how to actually run the base constructor. I don't know if the base constructor runs. Actually, let's test. Let's test. Let's test it. Public class test class base. Public test class base. Let's say let's take something. Let's take an integer int value. And then the base is going to say debug.log base value plus value. And then we're going to say public class test class inherits from test class base. Public test class inherit int value base value. Debug.log inherit value plus value. Plus 1. Let's add a plus 1 to it. And then we're gonna say test class base equals test base equals new test class inherit 5. What happens when we run that? It does run both. So the base always runs, actually. That's actually extremely important to know. I wonder if I have any places in the code where that might be an issue. I don't really think so. Maybe, but not much. I'm mostly just redoing the same thing, like here. This.base object. So it just runs the base constructor and then it runs. Like that. So that's the animation module. And what about... what's next? Combat module. Combat module database. And we don't need to do that. As long as the combat module does that, it's fine. Then we have the database, the object database here. We don't have behavior modules quite yet. And then we go to core data. And that's fine. And then we go to object. And here, see, it is now doing this and it's all wrong. So what we actually have to do now is we have to say .invoke. And the invoke is going to take an argument, which is an object. So it's going to be invoke this on all three of these. So now I have solved the initial problem that I had that, quite frankly, has led me to make a lot of these changes, because this was literally my original solution. Except I didn't know how to invoke and do funcs. So now we pass the core data, which contains the functions for creating the modules themselves. And inside of the object, after the object has been created, or inside of its constructor, we invoke the constructors for the modules. And then we pass in the base object. Because that's what I wanted to do originally. But when I wanted to pass in an object that wasn't created yet, I couldn't store it in the database like that. So the fact that we can now invoke it in here solves so many issues. That's so much cleaner. Now, because otherwise like the setup was basically I make an object, I add the modules to it, and then wherever the thing was created in the code, after we create the object, I have to manually add lines to set animation module, behavior module, combat module to have the reference to the object. Or create like a function inside that would set it after the fact. I think I actually kind of solved it already. Because if I go to animation module here, as you can see here, it actually is setting it. So it was a problem that I've already solved. So I solved the solved problem, I guess. Good job, me. Good job. Because I was all... I was already making a setter that if the animation module gets set, then we set the animation module's base object to this after the value has been set, right? It looks better this way. I agree. And I can get rid of these setters and getters, which I won't, because I always do that. There. Solved a lot of problems there. Oh. Why are there so many errors here? Base object.combat module. Huh? Oh, I accidentally deleted it. There. No wonder. But it still has like a million errors. But that's... yeah, that's like in barrier. That makes sense. Oh, man. Yeah. That's gonna be it for today. It is the 4 hours, which is my current goal. And it's been a shitty week. Next week, we'll see. It might be even worse. Because, yeah. We're putting the dog down. So that's... we'll see how that goes. I'll try to get some work done. But I might not. We'll see. Anyway. Thanks for hanging. I'll stream some games later, I think. Have a good day. Bye-bye.